Right. Oh, got me out 1 second. Need my trusty coding hat. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Alright, so a quick look where we are in terms of this week. What we are, we're on Wednesday. We're not going to get all these done this week. But redo world item system, that's currently what we're working on. So the world item system is the system in the engine, or in the game really, for marking out regions in the world and attaching state to them, I suppose. So for instance, putting a loot bag there, this is just test stuff. I wrote this thing yesterday evening, where you can add multiple items. It's a bit of a mouthful, this code, but it's pretty good because it means we can stack items all in the same, so impact targets the area of the world. In this example, you can put a sprite group there and a loot bag there. This is just testing stuff out. And then we can get the storage, which is all of the storage for that region where all the items are stored. Of course, you know, we're putting a sprite group there, and then we're coming along and putting another sprite group in the same impact target place. So storage gets like the storage where everything is stored. And then we can get items by index. And that's the items that were returned from this particular add items call, which is cool. This is compile time in index. We could do items get, and then we get by runtime index there, if we ever wanted a runtime index. All right, brilliant. So we're just going to go through. We do have a world item system in the game already, but we're replacing it with this new version, the world item controller. Test. Let's check my mic's all right. Windows has a habit of updating and then changing a load of stuff, including what mic is coming into the what mic is being used on the stream. There's two mics on the PC. This one that I'm talking through, and one on the webcam, and I don't want it to use the one on the webcam. For some reason it defaults to it sometimes. Anyway, that's not important. Let's get to some code. Right, so all I'm gonna do is just go through where the old world item system is being used and then make an equivalent call with the new system. So another thing that this does when we create a world item in this way is it gives these items HP. So the sprite group here, when we call onEnter to it, we just find the intersecting sprites in the game with this region, and then we add them if they're in the same category as the one we supplied. Also, these sprites have HP. added up HP. I'll just put this here. So it's so we'll just say U32 HP equals 0, and then we're just going to go HP equals BM max HP C dot properties HP, and then EXP is equal to, no, it's not a max, it's just plus equals properties C dot properties dot HP. EXP is BM max EXP S dot properties or C dot properties dot EXP dot random, and then do HP equals attribute range 0 0 like that, and then we'll just do HP dot set HP dot increase by C dot properties HP. The correct call. Nice. It's not that. Not that. Just do min max dot maximum plus equals C dot properties dot HP, and then we'll just do HP dot set HP maximum that should do it. So now let's just check that works. All we have to do to create one of these world item sprite groups is just strike the ground with this thing. There we go, brilliant. EXP 7. Okay. And And then what this also does, I just deleted the thing that I wanted. It's entity state types, that's what I wanted. What it also does is it marks it tilde ground soft for the type. Which is find world item by region. So the result has a prefab in it. So it's whatever the last item is. Okay, so this is like the region is tilde ground, and then we change it to be like pumpkin seed when we plant it, and it stacks items on top of each other. So you can see the full item stack. It was tilde ground, then it was pumpkin seed, then it's a pumpkin. So it's like the idea that the ground can change over time. So we need to actually make something like this as well in the new system. So I'm going to say struct world item stack. Our world item stack. Well, stack is fine. It's not a world item stack though, it's a world item stack really. World items, pretty mental for a name. So world item stacked. World item stack. That's a pretty bad name. We'll go with that for now. And it's inventory item type first type. Call it inventory stack. So what does this it just has an array of items in it, but by ID. World item, inventory item stack. Its name's getting longer and longer. And then on enter, so we need an on enter, or should we do it straight here in the constructor? It just means saving the first type. Otherwise, what I might do is inventory item type base type. I might call it a base type. Like that. Let me just say base type. It's the base type. And we do have an onEnter. An onEnter will create the item stack itself. Does need an ID. I think all of them need an ID. So we might specifically supply the ID here as well. We can get that from the region. No. We'll set the ID from the storage. Like maybe we should do that on here as well. Maybe that's something we should do here. Rather than have to pass in the region onEnter. Can just say ID is equal to storage ID, like that. Because that means that gives us a little bit of a nicer API, because we don't have to actually do that. We can just say that the world item sprite group, sprite category is grass. I think I prefer that. Let me do it here as well. I mean, that's just, all this is just test code anyway. And then after add item, we need to actually pass. And that's it, that's all we have to do. Okay, so let's just check this build, because we've just changed that API a little bit there. So we don't actually need region anymore. So for now, for some reason now it doesn't like attribute range. Might be because we need to include it, maybe. Okay, cool. So this is storage.region now. I'm just checking my external commands because I updated Visual Studio on my other computer and it deleted all my external commands. Alright, still there than this one. I updated this one as well, you see, just wanted to check. Okay. It says overloaded member function not found. Actually, we need an ID. Oh, we're still saying we need the ID. We don't need the ID. The ID now comes from on enter. Okay, so let's build everything. And we'll make one of these inventory item stack items. If it builds. Alright, cool. So this is going to be world item, inventory item stack. The inventory item type, so the base item is going to be tilde ground soft. Okay. So on enter now needs to create one of these items. I believe. So figure out how this actually works in entity state types. So it goes final create world item, the type. So it just generates an item of that type. That's all it does with the inventory item controller. So we will do that as well. So we'll include the inventory item controller and we're just going to go items item IDs to add. Okay, inventory item controller generate base type. So what I might do is usage for base ID is that, and then we'll add the base ID. So what that's saying now is this world item is tilde soft ground. Okay. I think that's basically replicated what this call does here now, but it's composable. We've composed it out of two separate different things. And then the world item here, it calls track item in world item ID. in the ground controller. Calls world item change HP to -1 times damage. So it wants to do damage to it. So if that equals 0, which I presume means all the damage was done. No, it returns the new HP. So if the HP is 0, we say we want to track it as with the ground controller then. See, this could also be done with a world item, you know. Could simplify this a lot. So we could say like auto sprite group equals items get 0. And that would be the sprite group. If 0 equals sprite group HP change, so that returns the remaining HP -1 times damage damage is the thing that's already calculated. No, TC don't get active damage. So we need to actually do this. Here. So what we do here is we get the ground controller and we track the item, called track item. What might be nice is to do something like get world item controller, add item, impact target, a new kind of a new item. We could add the tilde ground soft item to it, an item stack with tilde ground soft. Like that. So that would be sprite group there. It adds an impact target. On the impact target, it adds another item, which is the item stack, till ground soft. And what that means is it becomes, so once we've knocked all the HP off the sprite group, it becomes tilled ground soft there with an item stack. So the only thing is this is going to get called multiple times, and we don't want to add an item on all the time. So we could restrict it to, I think we don't want to restrict it. Saying we could restrict it to just having one of each of these in the actual one, but we might want to do like world item sprite group, different category eventually. So how do we do that? How do we restrict it from actually only being able to, so like this add item needs to return, so we'd call it like add item once, and this would return the same one back if it was already in there. So like add item once. So it'd have to like loop through the items, check if the one is the same type, and then we'd have to do an equals on it. So an item is just got a world item data. So we need to go for auto item in item store results. Items. I have to say if item is type, item type, and well, if auto data equals item, try and wrap item type. So if it is that item, then we need to go if item equals data, return data, like that. And then we need to overload these equals operators for each item. So this would be bool operator equals const world item loot bag other, turn id equals other dot id. And here world item sprite group, and that's returns the category is equal to the other category. Only one sprite group with each category. The stack is the base type, I think. Right, so now in theory we can say add item once. For this. And this would be add item once as well. Check that actually works. Nope. Just be the other way around. Hopefully that works. Nope. I've got two things called item. What would this be? The star item. Okay, that works. So let's just check this actually does work though. We'll run through it. So this is gonna get this code gets hit whenever we fire the lightning bolt thing. And I just want to check the second time it gets hit, it doesn't create a new item. It returns the first item that it made for the first hit. There's a lot of stuff it needs to go through for setup here. Add item once. So we'll do some hashing. Right, there are no items in there anyway, so it's not going to do the check the first time. Then we'll hit again. This time, it should successfully compare categories here. Grass, grass. So yes, it has the same item, so it returns the original item. Nice one. So now we say that is tilled ground soft, right? And then we do this thing like track item in world. Now I reckon that could be part of this. So we can do on tick. Now this could be tracking it. This on this tick here could be tracking it rather than using a separate controller to do that. So what does track item in world do? It creates something called ground item properties. Which has got all these things to do with growing crops. So it says the base type and the creation time. In game time. So I've already got the base type in here. This is a serialized game time. Where does that come from? The in-game clock. So on enter, needs to do this getting game clock, serialized game time. What do we call this? Creation time. That's basically when it was created in game time. And then these get ticked. So this would automatically be a thing we could do in the world item. What does this one do? Draw item in world. Item is modified. So this is where we're adding like sludge, fertilizer sludge stuff to it. This just draws it. So what we might do So this just does item region bound center, inflates 0.5. Prefab reticle size. Item get prefab, and that just goes to the inventory controller right then. So one tick we might just draw it like we do in the ground controller. It looks like it might replace the ground controller as well doing this, which would be awesome. So we need to get the prefab. So current prefab equals get inventory item controller, get prefab for the item IDs dot last. So if we can do that, we just want to draw. We want to do the draw with the reticle size. We don't know what the canvas is. Get game canvas. So this is the storage region bounds. Prefab reticle size. We're going to draw it a different color though. Let's just say auto P, storage bound center, and then this is just P. So basically what that means is that when we create one of these item stacks, it will just draw the top level stack all the time. Where's the in-game clock? That's actually part of the engine library. Okay, we also need to include game canvas as well. Prefab undeclared identifier. I'm just going to call it prefab. And then in the actual ground controller now, we won't do this. So we'll start taking over drawing of it from our new system. Ooh. Okay. It was already drawing it there, which is not correct. It should be the stack that draws it. So I think this change is like it's not the remaining HP, it's the bit that it couldn't change. So maybe like the sprite group itself, we do want a change HP. Which just goes hp.change by change and then return hp.get like that. And then this can do change HP. Which will mean that if this returns 0 now, it means there's no HP left in the sprite group. Then we could add a stack on to say it's soft ground after that. Let's try that again. It's already feeling good, this new system. It feels like it's going to enable me to take a lot of code away. There we go. So we're just drawing them pink now. We can go back to drawing them not pink, because pink's the same color as the triggers, which is a bit confusing. So we'll go back to drawing them blue. So here's the thing. Here we could detect if we're like here in the actual ground controller, we are detecting if we are interacting with it, if the playable character is interacting with it. Here, we could do it here as well. Or we could just get a callback for when it's interacting any world region, any world item, determine that there's a stack there and then do what we want to do with it there. I'm not sure yet. We'll keep going. So if the item is modified, that is the same stuff. Draw chord in a world. That's P. So if the item is modified, we don't know what the item is yet. So we're going to go auto current item ID. So we can basically just show the items and any modifications, like these quads are standing for real artwork eventually. There will be a call out to like draw some actual proper artwork for what these items are. We don't have any artwork yet, so we're just gonna have to draw quads. So the item is modified bit means we can, because you can modify these items with like fertilizer or anything really. So that means we'll take control of doing it over there. Doing it in the new system with the modified item is modified as well. So we're checking there that we're in the same room as well for drawing. Yeah, we probably should do that. I'm just going to say if not get game state is in current room, game location, so that's just storage dot region. If it's not in the same room, we'll just return for now. So we only want to draw the stuff that's in our room that we're in. This stuff in terms of like interacting with it, drawing a label and stuff, I'm not sure I want to do that there. We'll see, we'll get there. Okay. If there's an attribute controller, we want to add experience to the attribute controller there. Want to do it right there, do we? And the resource controller, assume that means add to resources world item. So what is that doing? So that's because we've actually destroyed, basically we've destroyed this sprite category, this world item sprite group there. So I think we actually, when we tick that, when we change its HP, we want to actually detect if it's 0 there and do the add-in experience and stuff there. So what we might do is we might have one called S32 do damage U64 source entity ID. S32 damage. And this could be do damage and the source entity ID is the hero. And this just goes if 0 equals change HP minus 1 times damage, then we can actually award these experience and resources to whoever has done the damage. So the attribute controller AC and EXP if auto RC equals get game state, get resource controller source entity ID RC add to resources. So you want to add all these resources in. So these are the things that you get for basically knocking its HP to 0. So in the old system, it accepts a world item. So the sprites in there have resources. So we've got a span of resources there. So can we do for auto sprite sprites for we can do RC add to resources sprite properties resources. Can we do that? So we might need to include the attribute controller and the resource controller. So this just awards the experience to whoever has done the damage. If the HP sets to 0, and it awards resources. So like that means that because like this is a grass group and it has grass in it, and grass has resources, so you can destroy grass to get carbon, I think. Let's see then. So add the experience. So we've got 5 sprites, properties, resources, carbon, 1 and 3 carbon. So this is going to award all the resources separately, which might look cool. It'll send a bunch of events. See how this looks. It's going to send a bunch of like events which will trigger a bunch of stuff in the hood. It might look cool though, or it might look crazy. It might look rubbish because it might all happen at the same time, I don't know. See, it's happening all here. There's all a bunch of stuff. So it needs to like add all the carbon together maybe. Which is what this one does. Okay, so let's just take over. So this now is adding the resources in. The new system's adding the resources and the experience, so we don't want to actually do it there as well. We'll let the new system take over that. So you're adding, we're getting separate messages for every single one. We could so this just goes through all of the resources and does it. Could just do it manually here. We could pass in a standard span of sprites here, so we could do RC add to resources sprites like that. Could do that. So this would be void add to resources const standard span sprites sprite states sprites like that. They're similar to this, except we don't need the world item sprites. And then we need to forward declare sprite states. It's a class, it says, apparently. Alright, that's fine, whatever. Okay. Okay. Get properties. So that's a copy by the looks of things. It's quite a big copy. It's because it wants to return a stub, really. Okay, we're going to change this to be a structure. I think the thing is, it's because this is fixed in memory, isn't it? That's why. Don't actually want to be modifying it. So we'll leave it at that. Okay. I don't want to give the actual game access to this, really, because this is just data. This is struct now. And this is obviously get properties. What's this doing before? What was this before then? Sprite properties. So world item sprite properties. So this is actually for auto props in sprite.get properties. So here we're just bunching them all up. So now we can, in the world item controller, just add the sprites in to the resource controller, and we'll add all the resources from those sprites into our resource controller. And that would be nice. So one of the things that is a bit rubbish is that there's something called sprite state and something called sprite states. I'm gonna have to change that. So this, yeah, this is the problem that we were having. So this is sprite properties. There we go. I have to change that. That's too similar. That's twice I've mixed them up. Sprite state undeclared identifier. Okay, that's good now. So that means we can add basically a bunch of sprites in, and then it will add all the resources from those sprites, but it will actually bunch them up by resource type, so we don't get tons of messages. We don't get tons of like pop-ups. Where are we now? Get sprite states. Referencing function. Find intersecting sprites. I think that's just a rebuild. Okay, so the world item controller now, we'll just go through. It will add all the resources in from the sprites, which is what we want. And then we say do work on the dest attribute controller. Okay, so now we need to follow what this track item in world is actually doing. It's obviously tracking it for some reason, because that's what it's called. It's a track item in world. Is it just for the intersects? Is that all we use it for? Might be. We don't need any more. Because we're just going to have a routine that kicks out an event when you intersect a world item. When you are intersecting a world item. Alright. So let's just test out passing over the resources again. So we're adding the resources. These sprites, there's 4 of them. Each one has got a bunch of resources that I can hand out. Carbon, well, they're all grass, so they're all probably all only can give carbon. So we're going to go through each of the resource attribute resource types. Which one's carbon? It's the second one. So let's go through here again. There we go. So we're going to add 2 carbon, 4 carbon, 6 carbon, 7 carbon, and then we're going to change it by 7. We should do a little pop-up, which we missed, but we can. Eight carbon. Nine carbon. That seems to be working fine now. So this is the where we're interacting with it. So here's the thing, it's if the reticle interacts with it really, not us, not the actual thing. So that's got to be changed anyway. So now they're all soft till ground, but using our new system now, which is awesome. Okay. So I think all the track item world does it does something called draw world item, which we are taking care of. It just basically draws that label at the moment. It calls tick on the ground items. I might do more. Oh yeah, it does much more actually. So it's using it's doing the evolutionary tree thing. So each ground item can evolve over time. So if you plant a seed, it will eventually grow into, it'll go through stages of growth. This is what this does. So the ground item does more than that actually. It does all this stuff. Woot Dragon, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Finally not working on combat, working on something else. Which is awesome. Alright. Create Evo tree. So where do we define our Evo trees? Here. Oh, nice one. Firestorm. Cool name. Oh, nice one. Nice one. Okay, so we probably do actually want to make this, whether I'm going to keep it as a thing or we do actually want to make it in the world item controller itself, in the inventory items stack. So we could name this something else. We could name this if you actually make it something to do with like you can make it something to do with evolution. World item evolution tree or something. Oh yeah, let us know. Yeah, 1,000 players. Blooming heck, that's good. 93 gigs. That sounds like they're downloading absolutely everything, doesn't it? Onto the player's PC. It's a big download for an old game. So this could actually be world item Evo tree. Like this. And then we can actually have the Evo tree. We call create Evo tree, and it returns a ground item stage. And a ground item stage node. This is complicated, really. It's got lots of conditions. Item is type. Item is older than 30 minutes. Dragonfly, is it pretty in it? Right, okay. I don't know much about World of Warcraft. Closed beta server with 8 players, right? Okay, cool. So you're building up a tree there. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice one. Yeah, man, let us know how it is. So we could rename this item Evo tree. And this can be Evo tree stage. Item Evo tree. Event Evo tree stage. And this could be item Evo tree stage node. This could be called just tick stage nodes. This could just be called create. And we want to rename this. To item Evo tree. Ground item, ground items. Where are the ground items? I would have thought it would be in planting, but it's not. Oh, it is ground items. So I'm going to rename this to item Evo tree. And then we're going to rename this to item Evo tree. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. $100, yeah. I know, yeah. Cost of living crisis. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. So are you in America? Because you're using dollars. Or do you just buy it from America? The USA, I mean. Oh, New Zealand, yeah. You've probably told me, actually. You have to realise about me is my memory's bad. They charge USD for everything. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah. You might have noticed that as I'm coding, you see, I don't really remember anything about the code that I write, so I always have to go back and see how things work over and over again. Just the way I am. We've got this thing called an item evo tree, so there'll be a few compile errors there because we have just renamed the file. So we'll just... So the item evo tree is like, how does an... It's a tree that explains how an item will evolve. I can't remember a tangent, like your phone number or something. Okay, so let's just include item evo tree. Oh, right, yeah. No, I'm terrible at all that as well. Definitely. And this is item evo tree. Okay, that should be fine now. So this would just make... So if you call... Okay, we've got a bunch of... linker errors in the save file. I haven't taken anything out yet though, I've just renamed things, so it should still work. I did find another library, alright, yeah, cool, what was it? RMIUI, no I've not, no, I'll check it out. Rimmel, RMLUI, is that what it is? Alright. That's the one, yeah. It's a CSS one. Wow, that's cool. So you like make these. That's mint. That's clever, actually. So you're utilizing just basically, it's like a scripted UI framework with HTML, CSS. Clever, real clever that. Yeah. This would be really nice to give a bunch of designers, wouldn't it? If you had a bunch of designers working on your game and they weren't coders, because everybody can pick up stuff like this, giving us a bit of practice. And they could make this stuff, and you could just plug it in. Really cool. Clever. Yeah. Check that out, actually. I might check that out on one of my weekends. The demo one. Oh, I see the videos. The best part about it is actually the HTML integration, because that's like, just takes out loads of complexity. Some videos and some rotate the menus. Yeah. About to do a bunch of UI actually in the next couple of weeks for this game, where we're going to make technically rotatable UIs. I want to make UIs on planes so you can like do stuff like tilt them around in 3D space and stuff, which will be nice and interesting. Yeah, look at this. Clever, that's cool. You can actually do this in Mine now, actually. You could do this. You could have big rotating things. There is actually code in there to rotate UI around if you need to. Yeah, you see like this, like rotating planes, that type of thing. Not as extreme as that though. But that's the kind of thing that I want to do. It would be more subtle than that. That's just obviously an example, isn't it, to show you can do it. Oh, that's nice. And SVGs and stuff, cool. Yeah, it's awesome. Good find, good find. Alright. So this is actually going to have an Evo tree in it. much we can make. So when we do on enter, we can do tree. Create. What does this do? This is private though, so how do we make one of these? So what is this ID here? So it does it in the constructor. Whoops, press the wrong button. So interestingly, this is like an Evo tree set, really. Because you can have multiple trees, you can have multiple root nodes by the looks of it. So we'll call it item Evo tree set. And where are we now? So that's the tree set. And then we want like tree set, create. We've got an ID there, so what does this ID do? Gets a ground controller that gets properties. Which is the ground item properties, which is this stuff. Oh, nice one, yeah. They do DX12. Yeah, cool. Stringzilla, yeah. Yeah, it's very cool, that. I like it. So this is getting the properties. It only needs the base type by the looks of it. And that looks like it doesn't even use the properties. Just doing a check. So this we're going to do. This is going to be called in place stage. And then we're going to have another one called ref item Evo tree. Well, hang on. Whoops. what do we actually want? So it might not necessarily return the actual stage. So we're going to go optref item evo tree stage create tree e inventory item type. And we're just going to copy and paste this for now, because this is probably going to get deleted eventually. So this is auto tree pumpkin, and then we're just going to do tree and place stage there. So this returns the tree for apple seed. This returns the tree for the pumpkin. Probably we'll just call this add stage. Like this. So we'll just go to do delete me. And this is the type. The props base type is just the type. ID item is type. Oh, so we need the item ID. Actually, not the type. So this is U64 item ID. So we're going to go auto item equals get inventory item controller, get item. This is item ID. If not item, return 9%. The actual internet speed in this office isn't that bad. It's better than what I have at home. So if there's no item, we can't do it. This ID now, it's the item ID. The type, we do have item prefab type. Check that builds. What's going on here now? Visual Studio's just changed something right under my nose there. If I press Alt F7 now, it goes to this one. Tools, external command 3, run. Okay, so the actual thing runs. Come on, Visual Studio, this is not great. Alt F7 is going... It's doing this one now. That was working literally 30 seconds ago. Where are we? Keyboard. Tools. Alt F7 global remove. Weird. Okay. So we got extensions. Where is it? Extensions VCMD. We want to actually put a hotkey on there. It's just removed that hotkey, I think. Glitch in the matrix. Yeah. So it's VCMD. Command 1. Alt F7. Assign. There we go. It's back now. Why did it do that? Alright. Sometimes my shift key control can get stuck. Alright. Yeah. This, I don't know what that was. Item Evo Eve tree. Evo tree. Hopefully that is not item Eve tree everywhere. So this is the bit of code here which we can tell we can tell the game how to evolve items over time. This is actually quite old, so I'm not sure if we're going to keep it like this. Yeah, it's done item Eve tree stage everywhere. Item Evo tree stage. So if the prefab type is apple seed, we've got a stage called apple tree. It's withered husk if item is type withered husk. Apple tree if item is type apple tree. Goes to withered husk if the not condition. The item is not modified with cosmic sludge and the item is older than 30 in-game minutes, it'll go to withered husk. That's what that means. Are you sure you're always on dark mode? Yeah. This is it. So I did update Visual Studio like yesterday morning. So they might have, I can't detect any changes, but maybe it looks different on stream. So they might have changed, made it a little bit darker. But it looks the same to me. Program in the light mode. Yeah. One of those guys. I'm one of those guys. I remember when Visual Studio didn't even have a dark mode. So I programmed in light mode then as well. But yeah. Item Evo tree set. So we need to actually include the Item Evo tree set. Let's just get rid of that because that's definitely a compiler error. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if I swap to light mode, because of the way my camera's set up, I'll look crazy probably. Theme, light. I'll swap it to light mode, see what it looks like. I haven't turned on light mode in many years, like many years. I'll just get this building and we'll do that. Theme, light. Let's see what happens. Look how slow it is. Whoa. Look what happens to me. I all of a sudden become an old man. Wow, man, that's light. It's like blinding me. What's the other ones? Blue extra contrast. Ah, so this was the theme. This was always the Visual Studio theme back in the day, where they had like the bits of bluey purple and stuff. Or maybe just blue. Can't tell the difference between blue and extra contrast, actually. So this was always the theme, like... So I did program with this theme for years and years. Until they released a dark mode. Get more themes as well. Can actually download themes, which is good. Yeah, extra white, yeah. It's just my camera. Like if I had a better green screen, I'd be able to do it. It's just my my green screen's only a cloth, so I need to like blend myself in with the background a bit more, which means that the background colours do get mixed in a bit, which is why I go all white. So add stage shouldn't be a thing anymore. It's not add stage, that's why. It's create tree for base ID. So it'll create a tree for the base ID. The base ID is actually a soil type with no trees for soil. It does look easy to read, yeah. It's just what you get used to, I suppose. There are some people that don't like any colours at all, so it's just like white background, black text. And that's just because that's what they're used to. So this base ID, this item is a tilled ground soft item. So there isn't actually a tree for that. So how are we getting... If we plant an apple seed... There we go. If we plant an apple seed, it creates the apple tree for us. And that gets set in there. So this is the current tree, right? So this is a condition tree, which does have a name. E inventory item type. So it just associates it by the base type. So I suppose if we want to get that tree back, how do we get that tree back? And then it's just going to start ticking all these trees for us. So I think I'd prefer to actually have it return an Optref to a size T. Well, not an Optref, standard optional for a size T, because then I can get the tree back. And that calls add stage. This really needs what are you making the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden? Can you imagine? You could definitely do a Garden of Eden game. Where it was like not directly called Garden of Eden, but you could do that story kind of. Should be quite a cool game. Okay. Hey. Things I don't want to always get the index out. So I might change that again to it's an internal one. We can default that to null pointer. And then we can do auto index is that, and then we can just say if index out is index. So we're calling add stage everywhere, so I don't actually always want to get the index out. So this would just be address of index, and we just return the index. Same here. Gonna sneeze, hang on. Sorry about that. Can you wrap code on Twitch? Right, code wrap on Twitch. I think, I'm not sure. People have written code in the past, it's been alright. But yeah, never, do you mean like format the code? I know like this theme that I've got tends to remove angle brackets. Oh, it's not S32, is it? It's size T. Okay, cool. So now we can create a tree. tree index is that. And then we just want to associate the tree with the item ID. So we just need another array of EU64. Trees. But it might not actually return a tree, so it just needs to be standard optional. So that's trees, add tree index. So what do you mean by code wrap exactly? Do you mean like nice formatted code? So I believe that the chat box up here, well, for some reason it doesn't like angle brackets. Oh, this should be bold. I'm not sure about the default Twitch chat. This chat box that I've got is just a plugin, so I might mess around with it. I might learn how to make my own Twitch overlays and stuff. Okay, so it'll create an Evo tree for the item now. Unfortunately, we're only making the item of soft-tilled ground, which doesn't have an Evo tree. But if we were to add an apple seed to this, it would create an Evo seed for the apple tree. An Evo tree for the apple seed, even. Can't talk. So it doesn't actually return anything. So trees is just null opt. If this was an apple seed though, and then we actually want to tick the tree. So it finds a world item. And it actually changes the item back. To update, change world item type. So that needs to change. First, I'm going to have a 2-minute break to make another cup of coffee, and then we'll do that. I'm back. All right. So, I want to make another one called Take Two. We want to modify this. I don't want to take out any existing behavior because I don't want to break anything. So you want to add, and then we'll take out the old stuff when this new system is in. So we don't have a concept of this thing called a world item anymore. So the world item, what does it do? It just calls change world item type. And then it does, if we're interacting, entity interaction ground item. So let's just take this out. So here's the thing here. We're looking for the one that ticks the maximum. Got temp type. Type out. I wonder why we're doing that. What's this? What's going on? What's this? Hang on. It's an advert. My dynamic UI. Oh, nice. So is this what you've done? Are you messing about with that? That Rimmel stuff. So I think it wants to actually tick all of the trees. I think that's kind of what it needs to do. Yeah, really cool. Yeah, you can make some mint stuff with that, for sure. So each tree really We need the current, what it currently is. Current tree items. And then when we create a tree, we just basically need to do so rather than, maybe we'll have an add root. So we'll have item evo tree stage. We can get that to actually return the standard optional. That'll return the index, and then this doesn't need to be a thing anymore. That's a little bit nicer. Okay, so these now, this is add root. And then auto tree equals trees stages. What is it? What's it called? Evolution trees. Index, like that. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, so you can just basically have it straight there. That's cool, man. Seems fairly straightforward, doesn't it? And then add root can actually go what do we call this? Current tree item type, like that. Make sure they're the same. Should be the same. Okay. So this is 4T evolution trees. The temp type, we've got this thing called temp type. Depth is greater than max depth. I think all we're going to do is not worry about that. I'm going to call this, and this is just going to be current tree items T, like that. Do we need depth out? I'm not sure what we need to do here, so we're going to have another one called 2. Tick stage nodes 2 with no depth in it. And it's going to be the same. Except there's no depth. Like that. And then on tick 2, that is just tick staged nodes 2. We don't even need new type. So that will just basically set the current tree item to whatever, in theory, is untested, wherever this got to. Okay, so that means on the actual world item here, on the tick, we want to do auto tree. Well, it's just tree set. Tick 2, I think. I'll just tick the trees on that world item evo tree thing. 56% downloaded, nice one. Big, isn't it? That's like not actually. That's actually not that bad considering it's a nearly 100 gigabyte download. It's quite quick internet for, at least for here in the UK, it would be considered, or at least where I am in the UK, quite quick. Okay, so for the sake of testing, right? So we can see if we can grow a pumpkin. We're just going to put pumpkin seed in there. Now it does have to be modified, so I think it probably will fail. It won't fail, it won't be able to grow, but that's a good test as well. Fiber. Yeah, to be fair, they have been putting fiber in here relatively recently. I'm not sure what this office has. I don't think it's fibre because I don't think it's fast enough for that. So we're going to put a pumpkin seed instead of tilled ground soft. Okay. Let's get through all this stuff. Because after add item, it should call on enter. And here we go. So we make an item of pumpkin seed and we add it in. And then we create a tree based on the pumpkin seed, which we can. So we add a root in. So we've got one evolution tree to pumpkin. The current tree item, it says is a pumpkin, which is not right. It should be pumpkin seed. Okay. So this is so add root here actually needs to be base type, target type. No, wrong way around. Base type. Which means this has got to be, the base type is the inventory type apple seed and the target type is apple tree. Oh, we're doing it on the wrong one there. The inventory type apple seed. Target type is apple tree. The inventory type pumpkin seed. So let's try that now. Try and test that out. Okay. So basically want to go to on enter. So we generate a pumpkin seed and we create a tree based on a pumpkin seed. So we've got the type is pumpkin seed. So we're going to add a tree from pumpkin seed to pumpkin. Just name, all it does is name the tree. Name pumpkin seed. Current tree items, so that's actually the wrong way around actually. Whoops. See, the problem with doing this is that there's only one way then to go from pumpkin seed to pumpkin. Could build it into the tree, but there are multiple ways. Maybe. More stages. Okay, so we've got one evolution tree, pumpkin. We've got the current tree. It's currently a pumpkin seed. Add a stage in, which is just, it's modified with cosmic sludge. Gets to pumpkin if it's modified with cosmic sludge. See, the thing is we don't necessarily even need to name the Evo tree to say it goes to pumpkin. Doesn't matter. I'm going to add the tree in. Creation time. And then tree set tick 2. So now we're going to tick the tree. The tree has got one node in it with one condition. Item is modified with cosmic sludge. So I wonder. So it wasn't it failed the condition anyway, so it kept the current item to be pumpkin seed. So the node has conditions on it, which is a condition node, which is a condition set. We've made something. We've made a different type of condition testing thing. Let's check we can't use whatever that is, whatever that was. It's called an engine condition set. Well, this is just called a condition set. It's a similar thing actually. Maybe this should be called game condition set. But it could be literally anything, this. Yeah, we'll leave it as it is. So we're basically saying condition item is modified, item ID, cosmic sludge. So as long as we modify the item with cosmic sludge, it will become a pumpkin in theory. Okay. So we've got this thing called get inventory item type. Change world item type. Which gets the properties out for the ground item properties. And it stores in the change time. Okay. So we do have the creation time. We've got the base type. And we want serialized game time. Change time. So it's item creation time. Item type change time. So we're actually changing the item type there. So maybe we actually only need one item ID. Does it get tedious finding all these micro bugs? They're not bugs, these. I'm just working out a new system, really. There's no bugs at the moment, at least in this system. I'm going through how I did all the planting and stuff. And I'm changing it over to a new system that's a little bit more flexible. So I'm trying to like build up a new system at the same time as the old system is working, and then have them both work together and do the same thing, and then I'll slowly take down the old system. Because it's quite a big system, I can't just kind of like, you know, destroy it, because it will stop loads of stuff in the game working. And it means I can copy parts of the old system that I want to keep. So I reckon this item ID could be the ID. So we set it to be the storage ID. It could be the item ID. Rather than the storage ID. We won't do that yet. So we'll let it work on one item. So this is item ID. Using builder patterns. Yeah, like composite patterns. So the idea is you've got a region in the world. It could be any region, and you want to do things in that region. So like a little rectangle in the world, for instance. And one of them is like plant crops in it. So what you got to do is you got to destroy any sprites that are there in that region. So each sprite's got to have like a HP and stuff, and the sprites come from the editor. So, and then you've got to actually plant the item in that region as well. So I've made this thing where you can do item controller, and the impact targets the region in space. So first you add the sprite group in, and you say grass. So it looks for all the grass in that region, and then you can do damage to it. And if you do damage and that returns its HP. If its HP is 0, we add another one in, which is the Evo tree, pumpkin seed. So that's equivalent to planting a pumpkin seed in that region. And the Evo tree is a separate class which tells how, given a base item, how it grows over time. So a pumpkin seed needs to be modified, needs to be fertilized with what's called cosmic sludge in the game. And then once it's done that, it can be a pumpkin, and that happens over time and stuff. Oh yeah.
So we all have played Portal. Great game.
Have a quick look then. Just turn this music down.
So let's try to recreate a portal to see how it actually works. Now when we think about portals, the main goal of portals is to move from one location to the other. However, a more important thing is the visualization which portals offer. Now if you look in the game, you can actually see what's on the other side of the portal. So how we can achieve this effect? We can achieve this by using two cameras for two sides of the portal. So one camera would be rendering one side of the portal and the other camera would be rendering the other. Now I did this in Unity and you can see this is how it looks like. Now when you look at it closely, it
That's
doesn't
not the way
look
to do
that
it.
great. It looks like a 2D picture on a 3D space and it doesn't look realistic at all. Also, it looks very stretched and blurry, which shouldn't happen. So what is the problem over here? Now when you look at it in the game, that when we are moving, we can actually see what's on the other side. So the portal is actually behaving like a window. It means that if we actually rotate the camera with the player, we will be actually able
They
to
did it in the new Double Fine, was it?
view. So let's try to do this in Unity.
The one with Raz.
I did it, and if you look at it closely, now I am able to see on the other side.
What's it called?
Bit better, but actually still not that good.
They did it with
Issue this all view is actually looking
Psychonauts 2 as well.
and still it doesn't look realistic. Now one thing to notice is that if you are closer to the portal, the objects on the other side of the portal actually appear closer to you. It means that if we actually change the distance of the camera along with the distance of the player, in that way we might be able to solve this issue. Okay, so now when we look at it, we can see that the camera on the other side is actually changing its position according to the player. So, so it's a bit better now, but we still don't have the final effect which we want for a portal. So let's try to achieve that now. So when you look at it closely, what is happening is that our camera on the other side of the portal is actually rendering the whole image onto the screen of our portal. However, this is not what we want. Like I said, we want our portal to behave like a window. So it means that we do not want the camera to render each and everything what it sees, but we only want that part which can be fitted in this portal. So it means that we need to cut out the other area of the portals and only render those areas which are actually in view of our window. Now I did this in Unity and you can actually see that it looks way better now and you get the feeling of depth and you can actually see how the portals actually look like. And you're able to see on the other side.
Did you also do it in Bioshock Infinite as well?
On the other side, however, we cannot go there. Now the whole goal of Portal is to actually move the character from one location to the other. If you try to actually do it by changing the position,
The mistake he's making is he's trying to use two separate cameras because that's not how you would do it. Use one camera.
Immersion will collapse. So the solution to this is to move the player only when the player has actually crossed the portal in half. In that way, it's very difficult to notice any stutter. So I tried this in Unity and you can see that it looks really good now. Also, you can notice that there is no stutter and the transition from one portal to the other is fluent. So this strategy works with a first-person player. However, it doesn't work if you actually try to move another physical object through the portal. Now if you will notice that if I try to move it, you can actually see the object disappearing and reappearing on the other side. Now in Portal games, you must have noticed that you can actually throw cubes around and you don't see any this kind of issue. So how to solve this? Now, one way of solving this is to actually create a duplicate on the other side of the portal in the same position and orientation with respect to the other portal. In that way, what happens that
Teliste, how's it going?
it actually looks like that we are throwing one off
Just watching a vid about Portal. Trying to figure out what animal suits me. Alright, okay.
object to the other side of the portal. However, there are two objects, and once your original object has actually crossed the portal,
This one.
you
Alright. What animal suits you? I don't know. Interesting question. Hope you're alright. Hey, how's it going? You alright? Good.
Almost birthday presents today.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So this needs to actually return a inventory item type, which would be the new type. And it's working on multiple ones, it can't do that. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to tick it. Yeah, yeah. Can't decide. It's a bit stressing. All right, okay. Ooh, I don't know. Don't know what animal. It takes a small cut out instead of the full camera view. Yeah, yeah. You can actually do a hardware cull of the bit that you render as well, with like a stencil buffer. Which is probably the way they did it. They probably rendered the scene 2 times. Once with a hardware cull, same camera. I'm not sure how they did it. That's where you would do it though. So you get literally everything is the same. Where the passing throwing the object and all that would all just automatically work. Because it's the same camera, same everything. Same camera in 2 different places essentially. And then you just have a transform to go from one to the other. Pug. Oh yeah, do it. Pug's very nice. Trees to add. Tree index. So we do tick 2. And then we want to go for auto tree. Well, if there's only going to be one item, there's only going to be one tree. So this is the tree index. Tree index. So there's only going to be one tree index. So what we can do now is we can do tree set. tree index. Current tree items. For tree 0, I think nice one. I make a portal in my own game. Yeah, I could do. It doesn't have the same 3D camera movement, so it wouldn't look as... There's no perspective in this game. It's isometric, so... It wouldn't look as flash, I don't think. But yeah, I could definitely do it. So that gets the current, that gets the next. So that's the tree index. Current tree items. That's also tree index. So we're going to go if tree index auto old item type auto new item type, and then we're going to say if old item type is not equal to the new item type, we need to change the type of the item. You could render the map and shift it under the top one. There's no parallax or anything. Like, you could do it. Like, you could do something like it's very far away below you, and put some parallax in, and that would look quite cool. Then it'd look like a window down into another world, I suppose. Or, you know, if you wanted to do it on the side, like you know, walking into it from the side. Yeah, have a hole cut out, yeah. It would be nothing like the Portal implementation, though. That's the thing, because it's different. It'd be a different camera. It would be simpler, really, because you just have to mimic parallax, which is straightforward to do. Like, I will be doing parallax because I want items to be in the air. And items that are in the air, you can't tell they're in the air unless you do parallax. It just looks like they're further up the screen, but on the ground. So you have to do parallax to make items, and you have to blur them a bit to make them look like they're in the air. So we will be doing stuff like that. So get game inventory, get inventory item controller, change. So we want change bool change item type U64 item ID inventory item type new type. I'm going to change its item type. So we want to go, I'm going to get the item. From the item ID. If not item, return false. Just can't get the item. if item prefab type is equal to the new type, return false. Otherwise, we just copy the new prefab over to the new one. So we're going to go auto new prefab equals prefab items find new type. If not new prefab, return false. Otherwise, we just go item prefab equals the new prefab, and we return true. So that will change the type of an item. Parallax. Achieve parallax. So not parallax as in 3D parallax. Parallax as in the illusion of depth, where things further away move slower. Do you know that kind of parallax? So things close to the camera, I'll move quicker even. Things close to the camera move slower. Things further away from the camera move quicker. So you do that type of thing. But yeah, not parallax mapping. No, it's a different. Yeah, not that technique. I'll show you. I have done it before. So these barrels here, look, they're in the sky. So that's blur and parallax, that make them look like they're in the sky. So it looks pretty convincing for a 2D isometric, not isometric. Yeah, isometric. Is it isometric? Orthographic, that's what I mean. An orthographic camera. Yeah. Set the position of every object. So what could you do? It's probably going to be a different view projection matrix, probably. So you render it over the top of everything else with a different view projection matrix. That's probably how we would do it. Or you could offset the positions as well. But I imagine I'd just have a separate kind of canvas to draw all of the stuff in the sky. And that the whole canvas would get shifted around. Slowed it down. It's just static, but it just uses a different matrix. So you basically draw it in the same place, but then you shift the whole camera, like the whole matrix, around, so everything gets shifted. And then you'd have one plane. You would have one plane of parallax. If you wanted multiple planes of parallax, you could have multiple canvases and shift them all together at different rates. Okay, so that does change item type. So let's go back to there. So change item type. The item ID is item ID to the new item type. Yeah. Well, I'll be doing loads of stuff like this. We're not even got to graphics programming yet. We are going to start graphics programming in a couple of weeks with the UI. Right now it's gameplay, which is not graphics at all. It's just... Alright, so that will work, but we can't actually... so we do have to stamp the change time. Item... What is it called? Item type change time equals get in-game clock dot get serialized time. Objects basically rendered on a 3D plane that's tilted. For parallax, no, it's just a 2D plane that's parallel to the screen. But for the UI that we're going to do, we could do a plane. I haven't really thought too much about how we'd do it. We could do a plane that's tilted. That might be the easiest way. The other way you do it is you actually change the projection matrix to tilt towards the top or the bottom, or whichever direction you want to tilt. But that's going to be a bit more, like, less flexible. So we'll probably render everything to a buffer. Render everything to a render target, probably, in the UI. And then texture that render target on top of a 3D plane that we can move around. That would be a way to do it. No, the parallax is just a projection. It's just a matrix change. So the matrix takes into account the camera position, everything relative to the camera, and you just have a different camera position. You just change the camera position to get a new matrix, and it will offset it a bit. The result will look offsetted because you've changed the camera in the new matrix. Camera position in the new matrix. So you just, imagine you've got like two cameras, one looking at the background and one looking at the foreground. And then when you move, they move differently, like this. They'll be the same size on screen, unless you zoom the camera in. Then they could be different sizes, yeah. But they will move differently, which will give the effect, the parallax effect. And the blur is a different. Two render frames. It's the same render frame. Set the different. So you render all of your background, then you set a new view projection matrix, which is the parallax matrix, and then you render everything on top with the new view projection matrix. So it's still one kind of target, render target. The UI stuff we're going to do, we might do two render targets though. We might have an off-screen target to render all the UI to first. Like, we'll definitely do that because I'll want to do things like that refract the light through the UI and stuff. So I'll definitely want to do stuff like that to make it look, because I'm going for like a crystal glass style UI, super futuristic looking. So we'll definitely need a render target anyway for the UI. So I'll need a render target to do refraction and stuff. Yeah, it's not zoom, it's just position. not in that example that I showed there. It's not zoom. It's just position. There's no zoom. Like the image is the same size. But you could zoom if you wanted to zoom. You could zoom because that's also controlled in the camera matrix. What I actually did was blur it, and the blur makes it look bigger. But I'm not actually zooming. You know, it's an outward blur. So pixels from outside of the image pick up the pixels inside and pull them out to the outside. So it does actually increase the size of the thing. Yeah, so then you offset it based on the camera, the background camera position. Yeah. So you're just moving it a little bit less velocity, I suppose. So without the movement, yeah. So all the parallax is done with movement, yeah. And then the blur is nice as well, but if the blur wasn't there, I'll do it again. So it is blurred, like it blurs more the further, so it's less blurred there. And then as it moves down the screen, it gets more and more blurred. But if you look at the velocity of these boxes and the velocity of these barrels, these boxes are moving faster than the barrels. No, it's the other way around. This is moving faster than that. This is getting closer to that in 2D space, you know. So this is actually moving faster than those. And that's how you get the parallax look. Yeah, you do. That's exactly how you do it in a 2D game. That's how all 2D games do it. It's all tricks of the trade. There's so much kind of fudging, as you would call it, yeah. That's why I love 2D, because in 3D you just read scientific paper and they go physically based all the time, and it's like trying to get it physically based to look awesome. In 2D you've got to like make it up, you know, how do I do this? Which I think is like more fun. Think about how would I actually do this in 2D. In 3D you get it for free because you have perspective projection, so it just works with perspective projection because you have depth. In 2D you don't have depth, so you have to fake perspective projection, and I think that's more fun. So only if we actually change it. So to be fair, we don't need to do this. So we'll tick it, we'll get the new item type. If it's changed, we'll just serialize the when we changed it. We need to do this because I know that some events need that eventually. Yeah, there's loads of cool graphic stuff I want to do like that. Loads of it. So we want to get the tree by the index. So this is kind of actually wrong, because that gets the tree. It's just that. But that's obviously protected. No private even. So, what you want to do, inventory item type. Yeah. Get current tree. Well, we'll just do it. We'll just say. I'll do it. Get current tree items. Parallax. Yeah, they've been doing it forever. Yeah, it's a cool technique. They've been doing it like they do it in Mario and Sonic and stuff. I'm pretty sure. So this is auto current types. Tree set, get current tree items. So maybe this should be something to do with rather than current tree items, it's get current tree item types. Get tree item types. All right. So this is just item ID now. So the reason why there was many items is because this was originally an item stack. We change it to an Evo tree. It's just gonna have one thing. One item. So if we can change the item type, so we tick it, get the item types for current tree index. So the current tree is current item. And then if we can change a type, we just save when it was changed. So that means now the Evo trees should work. It's a pumpkin seed, so it shouldn't be able to change it. Nope. There we go. Okay. On to the next thing then. So, entity state types. So there's a thing called track item in world. So I think this ground item can go now. And then we can start using the new one. Okay. Let's, before we delete anything, so this will break now. This will break the old system if we delete this. Well, let's actually, before we do this, let's just look how we're modifying the item. To modifying context. So we do get ground controller intersect tracked item in world. So it's this stuff. And then we set the active slot to modifying. So this is like we're going to modify the item. And we call execute modify item event. Which is where we do the actual apply. Apply item modifier. So this actually modifies the item. So this is a different kind. This is a different system that does that. Okay, let's do it. Let's delete it then. So what we're going to delete is the ground controller. And then we've got to fix all the errors that this is going to make. Where is it? Ground controller. So let's just, we'll begin with, we'll just delete all the references to it, to the files themselves. Okay. Right, and we're going to delete this constructor as well. We'll just go through the files and we'll just start building it up again. And instead of using the ground controller, we're going to use this world item. So tick. So we are like sending an entity interaction with ground item event here. Not sure we want to do that anyway. Execute harvest ground item. Okay, so we're going to just delete this tick. All right, and then I'm going to rename this tick to tick. And then we'll delete tick stage nodes. All right, cool. So let's just concentrate now on connecting up ground item, what the ground controller was doing, replacing that now. So we need this. So this is this location. So this is where we need to get. We need to do get world item controller. We need to get the item storage for a location. Get item store. No. And we need to actually get out the Evo tree from it, I think. Okay. Basically want to get a world item group of the same item. So it would be template class item type world item group item type get items and const region game region like that. So we want to do usage for ID equals get world item ID for the region, and then we need to do this result ID, and we need to set stuff. So we need to get the star index of the region, or of the ID. Suppose it needs to be opt-ref as well, or standard optional. And that's result. So you want to go if star index is not equal to item star count. So if we have a star index, we're just going to go result equals that. And then so we don't have to use a world item group, really. I mean, we could, couldn't we? So we want to go for auto item in item star index items. If item if auto data equals item dot try unwrap item type we do result dot set Now, what we'll do it a bit different. We'll just do standard array. That can't be standard array though, can it? Well, we'll just do T array. Make it a T array. Make it item type pointer. And that's easy. Adds the address of data. That's a bit more straightforward, I think. So that will just return all items of a specific type in a region. So let's just tick now. Okay, so where were we seeing that last error? Here. So we want to do get items of type world item Evo tree location. Evo trees. So we want to go for auto tree in Evo trees. Look at returns an execute event, turns a target event. It pushes a ready state event for that target event because it can return a bunch of things. Might want to do so. This is only going to return one thing. So we could say if Evo trees bag the active slot context, modifying context, Evo trees 0 dot item ID, basically, and then we return execute hotbar item owner ID slot index. So the modifying context has to take, in this case, for this to work properly now, a bunch of item IDs. Okay, and then that goes away then. So we'll put a breakpoint there. So we don't know about world item controller, that's fine. Include world item controller. The pointer. Okay, so it's the same thing here. So we're getting the prefab out. We have the prefab, we're doing double prefabs there. If it's plantable, we get the new prefab out, is valid as each probable plantable in. So do the same thing again. So if auto prefab equals get inventory item controller, get prefab Evo trees 0 item ID. So we'll get the prefab out. And we'll just say if prefab and prefab has each property inventory and property plantable in. And we can get rid of that now. Now, interestingly, most of this is kind of the same. If it's a modifier, if it's a property, so this is actually probably got to be called the source prefab, and this has got to be called the dest prefab. So what this is saying is, if the source prefab is plantable, meaning it's an item that can be planted, and the dest prefab is plantable in, then we set the context to planting context. So these contexts. Yeah, all right, see you later. So this is a little bit different, where we could say if any of the Evo tree items are plantable in. So we can go for auto tree in Evo trees. That's a pointer anyway. I'm going to say if the prefab of the Evo tree item is plantable in, we're going to plant it. This has to, this might be modifying multiple items at once. So is there anywhere else that sets the modifying context? No. So we can do this, we can change this right now. So this is data. This is just data, I think that would work. So I'll get pointer. All right, 2-minute break, and then we'll work on this modifying context so it can accept multiple items. Back in 2 minutes. Okay. So the modifying context is very small. It's just a modified item ID. I think it just takes the location. It's exactly the same as the planting context. I can't take the location. This has to be the game region. Modify. How do you spell modifying? Modifying. How do you spell it? Modifying. And it's literally just a target, so it's the same. Now, so this just takes the location of the things we're going to modify in that location. So maybe we want to test. Well, modifiable. Yeah, we'll just test if it's plantable in. We want to get a desk prefab and test if it's modifiable, but I don't think we actually specify whether something is modifiable or not. That's fine. We can leave that. All right. We don't actually need to test the trees count there either. Okay. Let's keep going. All right. So now push the ready state event. Look, this just works now. So the get target. So the modifying context. Between item, region, position. This is just the context. Region, position. Or target position. No such thing as an item anymore, so that simplifies that. Just nice. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do bounds.center though. There. While we're doing the planting context, oh, that's the same because we just changed it, didn't we? Bound target Bounds center. All right, let's keep going then. Luke Wolf Games, hey, how's it going? Hope you're all right. Welcome back. Doing a bit of a mega refactor at the moment. Kind of changing one system, building a new system up to replace another system. Yeah, got combat kind of the prototype done. For the first time in ages, I'm not working on combat. I'll show you the combat. The game's currently nowhere near buildable, but I'll show you the last build. So I'll just go to where the combat is. Combat room. So it's not by no means finished combat. It's just the combat system is in the game now. With this dude. So he can, there's all sorts of stuff. So he can attack me. The status effects. And that was a knockdown type thing. I can attack him. He dies. And then we can go and we got a loot off him. Apple seed. There's a rubbish death animation. So yeah, combat will look a lot better. It's just the system is in now. So when we come to revisit combat properly with real characters, real animations and real effects, we can build off that system now. It does do damage to me, yeah. Probably had it turned off there. That was a build from a while ago. But yeah, it can kill me. So there's a full death thing. With like death screen, go back to last save, all stuff like that. But that's not, that wasn't there, just for like debugging. But now I'm on a different system now. So we have this thing called a world item system, where if you want to put something in the world, you know, in a region in the world, you use the world item system. That wasn't that great or versatile before, so we're just redoing it now. So we can basically like define an area in the world and then add state to it kind of modularly, if you know what I mean. So what I'm working on now is just a planting. So basically like you have sprites in the world that you can destroy, and then you can plant things in their place, and then the plants will go from like seed, then they'll have an evolutionary tree up to like, well, apple seed to apple tree, for instance, that you can define in the game. And they can be modified, like fertilized and stuff like that, and then they're picked at the end. And that all uses the world item system. But it was specifically kind of built for planting. And then we had another use case, which was the loot bag from the combat. So you want to be able to put a loot bag in the world when you've defeated an enemy in combat. And that's basically spurred me on to go and make this world item system generic, so I can just do anything with it. So the entity state types here, this is it using it somewhere. So this is what happens when you're destroying like grass in the world or whatever. When you hit a piece of grass, you create a world item. That's the old system. And you just say, well, we want it to be soft ground. So find all the grass sprites in this area, in the impact target, which is the area. And it creates a world item out of it. And then it'll just, that has a HP, for instance, that you can like keep knocking off until you've destroyed them all. This new one is the world item controller, and you add the target, and then you can put, this is variadic, so you can put all sorts of stuff in there. Well, not add item once, but there's a variadic version, so you can stack these different types up one on top of another, and they all have different state. So what we're doing there is we're saying, like, well, instead of doing this, let's create a sprite group of grass sprites, and then that has the HP, and then when the HP is 0 on that same target, we'll make an evo tree for pumpkin seeds. So that's a test, basically. So that's equivalent to planting a pumpkin seed there. So you can just basically keep adding items to these regions in the world, and then you just define what they do on enter, on tick. So when you add it into the world, it will just get ticked then. So if it's like an evolution tree, it can tick the evolution tree over time, and it can grow the plant or do whatever it wants. But you can add more of these. You know, you can do whatever you want with them. So it's just kind of modular, rather than just having a single world item. World items are now made up of different modules, so it's much more flexible. But it means I've just got to go through now and change a load of stuff. Okay, change world item type. So this can go away now. We don't use this. So we're basically taking out the world items and replacing them with the world item controller. Yeah, I hope you're well. All right. Bunch of linker errors. Get ground controller, get properties. Referenced in function. Item is older than. So those are linker errors, but they should be build errors really. Yeah, and you define that evolution trees. So we rewrote the evolution tree class. This still isn't really finished, but for instance, if you pass in an item of apple seed, it creates an evolution tree for it. So from apple seed to apple tree, and then you add stages, and the stages can have multiple. Well, it's like add a stage, and then from that stage add another stage. So this goes, if the item is a withered husk, then it's a withered husk. A withered husk is like you didn't water it or something. If the item is already an apple tree, then it's just an apple tree. If the item is a withered, this sets the item to withered husk on the not condition that the item has been modified with cosmic sludge and is older than 30 in-game minutes, which means if you haven't modified it with cosmic sludge in 30 minutes, it turns to a withered husk. Otherwise, it sends it to be an apple tree shoot. So if you modify it with cosmic sludge, it's an apple tree shoot. And then if the item is older than 30 minutes and it's an apple tree shoot, make it an apple tree, and that just grows it into an apple tree. Basically. And you can compose these trees with any game condition, so you can have really quite complicated ones. And this would be something that would lend itself well just kind of in the editor really, which we could do. We could make these, if these become too complicated to manage like this, we could do an editor version of it. What's this? Plant current item. Okay. So we need to go. Got target, which is a game location. So the planting target is actually a game region now. So if there's no target, we can't do it. I'll get current item, which is basically the current slot in the inventory bag on the So it's this world item now. So auto Evo trees equals get world item controller, get items, world item Evo tree, target. Look at all the Evo trees for that target. Intersect tracked item in world target. Yeah, so that's the Evo trees. So this is one for each Evo tree. Now got tree item ID there. So plantable prefab. So that is get inventory item controller, get prefab, tree item ID. So let's just continue. Bag transfer item into world. Right, so this is the thing. Where we need to actually create an apple seed in the world. Gets the prefab, gets the region, and it creates a world item at that region. Okay, so the world item controller then. So I'm going to put this back. Where are we? Entity state types. We're here. So this is actually soft Tilled soft ground. And then we want to make another Evo tree, I believe. So transfer item into world. Okay. So we want to use this version. The game region version, really. Oh, nice one, Woot Dragon. Nice one. So we're going to have another one. I'm just going to go U64 transfer item into world, const game region, region, size T, slot index. And we'll just copy this. So we already have the region there. So we're going to do get inventory, no, get world item controller, add item, world item Evo tree. So we want to be able to actually use this with a specific ID as well. So we want world item Evo tree U64 item ID. So this just does item ID is item ID. And then we want to go get inventory if auto prefab equals get inventory item controller prefab for the item ID. We just want to say base type is equal to prefab type, like that. So we can actually make a world item Evo tree from an original item now. Last get ID. I'm going to put breakpoint there. And what does that return? The item type. So that always works. And then we just return. $1,001. Well, that's mint. Totally awesome. Return the item ID. And then we say return 0. Doesn't work. So it will make a world item evo tree now of that item. Okay, cool. Starter zone. Exiles reach. We're here. So there's no world item. We want to go transfer item into world. Target. And that returns an item ID. Then we call in ground track. And that's not a thing anymore. And then we get the attribute controller and we do work. And we add experience for planting it. Don't think we have such thing as a prefab here. Oh, we do. So I'll do it for one for every Evo tree. So I'm going to put a breakpoint there as well. Bunch of breakpoints to test. Get world item controller, add item. Okay, so we need to include the world item controller. Right then. So we apply the item modifier. So we need to modify all of the items. So we need to go auto evo trees equals get world item controller, get items, world item evo tree. For context, target. Like that. For auto tree in evo trees. problem here. So that can go up there. This needs to go down there. Oh, nice one, Woot Dragon. Let's tree item ID. Okay, on to the next thing then. So what's going on here? Ground Shock Master. Okay, that can go away. So what's going on here then? This is smashing up. If there's something already planted there already. So auto Evo trees. Get world item controller. Get items. World item Evo tree. Impact target. So if there's already stuff there, so we want something like void destroy. So we need to go if auto storage equals get inventory, get world item controller, get item store. Move item. Ooh. So we cannot set it to be the store item. The storage ID can't be the same ID. ID equals storage ID. It's only in two places, there and there. So the ID's got to be BM new ID, I think. Create distinct IDs. The loot bags, we can say BM new ID. but it's gonna get overridden anyway. Okay. So we don't know what storage it belongs to. That's the problem when we do this. So we can't do destroy. So I'm going to do for auto tree in Evo trees. If auto prefab equals get inventory item controller, get prefab free item ID. So we add to resources. So we can't just pass an item ID for add to resources. We'll put that in. Which is if auto prefab is getting inventory item controller, get prefab item ID. It's called add to resources. Prefab type. So now we don't actually need to even find the prefab. We could just go if RC add to resources tree item ID, if bag claim item breakdown tree item ID. And now we actually need to destroy. We need to remove this tree. So like tree destroy or something. The problem with doing that is we don't know what we do know the ID. So we can go auto world item ID equals get world item ID of impact target. And then we can do get world item controller Restore. Find, well, I could say impact target. Do store dot remove item. 3 ID. So we definitely need a breakpoint there. Bunch of places to test, which is good. And that can just go now. That can go. Invossier, how's it going? Welcome back. Not working on combat today for the first time in a long time. What would it be? 20 videos, 20 streams. Yeah, nice one, Invossi. Well done. Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it, to actually crack something, work out how it works, and then be able to do it. Definitely great. Woot Dragon. That's good progress. Yeah, at this point they're entirely different languages, I'd say. They've both diverged away from each other massively. Not all of C fits in C++, I think now. There's some stuff in C that won't compile in C++. They've diverged away. Okay, add to resources. And so there's 2 ones that it doesn't. Source. This is ambiguous call. Not sure what is ambiguous about it. Could be U64. Could be standard span. I'm not sure why that's ambiguous. Yeah. Working out if an int is a palindrome or not. Cool. That's good. Yeah, that's like it's like more low level stuff, isn't it? You mean like the bits? The bits are a palindrome in the int. That's cool. Sprite attribute resource. We're trying to make it array base sprite attribute resource. So it doesn't actually like the fact that that's a U64. It can probably convert to both. That's probably why. Okay. Okay. Converted it to a string. Ah, right, I see. Palindrome string. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's quite challenging, isn't it? That is challenging. Doing it not converting it to a string is challenging. So like just 505. So it's because this is an array. Yeah, alright. How do I want to sort this out then? Does anybody use this? Right there. It's used right there. Get sprite states. Get properties. Sprite kind. Properties. Sprite properties. So we could make it take sprite properties instead of an array of resources. Let's do that then. So this is actually const sprite properties. Whoops, what's going on there? No. Sprite state properties. Properties. That's properties or resources. Another side of programming. Yeah. C's like, you gotta literally do everything. You know, like converting to a string is not a bad solution at all. sent me it. On Discord. It's great, yeah, apart from this, innit? That's the only thing that you wouldn't have to malloc anything if you did the integer version. That's the only difference, really, innit? Not sure about this at all, but maybe if it's palindromic integer, it's also palindromic in binary, which would be a starting place. I'm not sure if it is though, but it might be. I'd have to have a look at that and see. Stringzilla. Yeah, Woot Dragon found a really cool string library called Stringzilla. Never used malloc. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just using new or create shared pointer, or whatever it would be in C++. This engine doesn't use malloc anywhere, at least in my code. You might use it in some libraries. You see, doing this screwed it up a bit. We want to take this out because this means we can't have any arrays of things. All right, let's go back. We'll take that out. New is a C thing. New is the C++ typed malloc. It is malloc under the hood, probably. So you would do something like new int, like that. Like that, which is the same as doing that in C. It's the same. Except this could possibly set that to what that points to 0, and this wouldn't do that. This one wouldn't do that. This one might, I'm not sure. One of the big general complaints of C is to malloc something at a type, you've got to do the type 3 times in the same line of code. In that, you only have to do it twice. But you could do that, and you only have to do it once. Got to add the parentheses. Yeah, maybe. I haven't done. I don't do new and delete, so it's not something I really. I think it's fine actually. I think all doing that does is call the constructor. I think that just does it, and it maybe doesn't call the constructor. I'm not sure. And then there's the placement new as well. Let me find where I do that. Here it is. It's absolutely mental in that way, but it's actually simpler than that. So you can go do this, right? And then you can go new p_int2 int 5 like that, and that will put that 5 in that memory block, so it won't actually allocate a memory block. So that's not actually an allocation. That's called placement new. So you can get your memory from somewhere else and put it there. You can more or less understand each line that is called. Yeah, you get into trouble fast. Yeah. The bonus with doing this is that I could say allocate 10 ints there. And then I could do this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 like this. So this is a lot faster than calling new. Well, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5. So this is a lot faster than calling malloc 5 times or new 5 times, because this is the slow bit and you're only doing it once. Mimalek, yeah. Make it all from scratch, yes. So this is like pooling, you know, where you do one big allocation of 5 million integers, however that many is, 50 million integers, and then you just keep a counter. And then whenever you want to actually have a pointer to a new integer, you would call like this. And that's pooling. So that's like super duper quick. Obviously these would be more complex objects than integers, but you know, like it would work for any type. So rather than having to call new every single time, which is considered a slow way to do it, you'd just pool it and do loads. Right. Don't reinvent the wheel, he says. The thing is though, if you choose these languages, you really should know how they work. So there's a difference between understanding how something works and choosing to use a library for a big project. It's okay to choose to use the library, I think, if you've got constraints like time or budget. But I would always go and try and do it yourself first. Otherwise, when these things get complicated, you will have no idea what's going on. Yeah. if you're not bothered about how things work under the hood, I would go for a different language where it's completely hidden from you to keep it simple, because then you will build a big project that you understand. If you choose C or C++ and you don't really understand what's going on, when your project gets to a certain size, you will just be completely lost. Bit shifting. Bit shifting has its uses, for sure. The main one being flags. Cramming things into integers with flags, which is a very C thing to do flags, rather than a C++ thing. Yeah, beat you to it, Invosy, yeah. Flags, or if you've got memory constraint, you know, if you've not got much memory, you need to cram stuff in, then you can use flags, you can use bit shifts and stuff. Bit shifting. Yeah, this is a very general purpose new here. This is never used in the engine apart from in a few select places. This is my new, basically, in my free. Okay, so we can't do this anymore because... See, that's so nice to actually have that. Can't do it though. That's actually prefab type. Shifting the colours around, yeah. That's cramming it in, like I say, and that's cramming 4 floats into a integer colours. That's like, that's very common to do. This stuff. And all this, getting it back out again. Which isn't a shift, but it's, well, it's a shift and a mask. Why use flags over enums? So flags take up less space. So if your space is, if you don't have a lot of space or whatever, it's like 1 enum per integer or 1 enum per byte or something. You could fit 8 flags in 1 byte. So it's like by a factor of 8 really. And you can compare, so you could pass one integer in, which is a set of flags, and you can just check which bits are set in the integer. So you can do like, rather than passing in like, it has to be in this enum or this enum or this enum, you just pass in the flags and you do the check just on one integer. So you can have an API that's just pass in flags, one integer which is flags, and then it can just do all its checking it once just on that one integer, rather than the full set of flags that you want. I don't know if I explained that properly. Yeah, you can just do a check with a mask, basically, rather than a bunch of different checks. Like, I don't really use flags. I do have them. Compiler shader flags. There's only one in there. So you could do, this could be a mask, like this, and you shader compiler flag. Another one, if there was another one there. And then you could do it all in one check. Whereas if it was an enum, you need to check each individual enum value. That's what I mean. That's what I explained terribly 2 minutes ago. Yeah, comparing multiple things. Yeah. So here we are on the conditions now. Get ground controller, get properties for the item ID. Item is older than. Got the item ID. Okay. So it actually saves if checks. Yeah, it saves checks, yeah. And it's less to type. But it's actually quicker. Yeah. Yeah, wrapping it's a nice thing to do. Yeah, you build up an integer out of all the things you want to check, and then you do the check once. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Woot Dragon, yeah. Yeah, so you do or equals, and then like F1 and F2 and F3. And I'll check they're all set. That's just comparing two numbers, that. Yeah. No, they are individual comparisons. So that's just a number, and that's a number, and then that's the comparison. I mean, you can... So that's just a number, and then that's just a number. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, your compiler's probably doing that for you. It might be. Compilers are pretty good. So your compiled code might be doing something similar. So it's, I don't think there'll really be any performance problems. But you also see, like, you can composite as well. So you can have like your flags, and then you can have composite flags, which are two or more flags mixed together in a define. Like A, B, and C. You know, that'd be compile time generated. So it'd be like, am I in the room and by the window. You know, or you might be like, am I in the room and by the window and by the door? You could define all these as checks. So you might, you know, some pretty old school games probably did stuff like that. I know DirectX does this. Somewhere. It's to do with the resource barriers, I think. Let's try and find this. Resource states. Look, it's combining them together. So this is obviously like, these are different flags. And it's combining them together to make the generic read enum. Which is made out of like that one, which is it's constant buffer or an index buffer or a render target or unordered access buffer or where 200 indirect argument or copy source, and that's what the generic read is. So this isn't my code, this is DirectX code base. Red, green, too. Red and green is used, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So this is like filtering, like you were saying, where a bunch of these are set. Which is not the same as a switch statement, really. You could definitely do it in a switch statement because you could do a case and then have all of these ORed together, or all of these. You could do case this without, you know, with a fall through. Case this, 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 and then have your code block. You could do that. That's the same. But this is not designed to be used in a switch statement, really. This is designed to be passed back to the API, you know. Like here, I pass it here back to. So this is a create device dependent resource. Well, that's not their API. This is it. Create committed resource. This is actually the DirectX API. And it's designed to be passed to the API. Like this one, generic read. Yeah, it's a composite flag. Which is a flag of other flags. You couldn't do this with integer enums. It wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, you could do that. You could pass in like composites of these yourself, no problem. As a single thing, as a single number. And it also has the benefit of they can add to this enum and it won't break anybody else's code. They could just add to this in the background and it would be totally fine. Whereas if you did it Oh yeah, thank you. If you did it an integer way, you might have to change some API because you might need to change a different number of arguments that are passed. And if you change an API, you break people's code. How did it deduce each flag? So it does. Hang on, let's go back to where we were. Where was it? So it does. I won't change this because this is not mine. It goes flags and that. Or if you want to just get something out of it, you could test any of them. Is set flags and that. That's how you get it in. So like that means that D3D resource state reserved internal 8000 is set in flags. That's what that means. Yeah, by mask. So this is kind of a mask. This is a masking it, yeah. I can do like that. Say it's not set in it, or that to say it's not set in it. It's like a vector. It's just a number. It's just an integer. This is it's not a vector. This is, and this is a 32-bit number. All these are 32-bit numbers. So it's doing it on the actual bits itself rather than like an array of things. You know, it's like OB 111.0.0.0 OB 1.0.0.0.0.0. So these are just bits. These are two numbers in binary. And if you AND them together, you get OB 1.0.0.0.0.0. So this is like the name of a flag. This is the name of a flag. Or this is just a number. This is a flag. And you'll get it out again. Yeah, it is efficient. It is efficient. Because these ops here, that's a literal CPU instruction there that compiles down to one CPU instruction. The CPU instructions for doing all bitwise comparisons. You see, this could even be set as well, and that would still be the same. So it just compares this. See, both of these are set, so it sets it on the result. Nothing else shares a bit that is set. So this could be a composite flag of two different flags. So this one is OB 1.0.0.0.0 or, thank you, OB 0.0.0.0.1.0. That's what that is. So these are two different flags composited together. Yeah, he's saving stack space, saving all space. I mean, you know, if there's eight slots here, Well, there's 7 because I haven't done it correctly, but there's 8 slots. Each slot can occupy a flag, so you can fit 8 things in one integer, as opposed to an integer enum where it's 1 thing per integer. So it's 8 times more space efficient. And obviously back in the day when computers used to not have a lot of space, that was very beneficial. And you can wrap it all up, like you were saying. So you don't have to actually worry about doing the bit stuff yourself. You can just wrap it up in some function calls, so you don't even know that you're using flags. Flag OK equals 1. Standard array int flags 10. So it's not quite that. I think you kind of do. You mean this, don't you? So that's just indexing into an int. So that pulls out 1 integer. So that'd be an int in that case. It's nothing to do with standard array because it's not a C++ thing. You can use it in C++. It's a C thing, and C doesn't have standard array. It's like this. Flag OK is equal to 1, and then you do int flags equals whatever you want it to be. That could be a number. And then you do flags and flag OK, like that. That's what it would be. And this would be an int as well. So that's legit C or C++. Undefined because we're not actually saying what flags is, but the concept. So set it, yeah. So yeah, if that was like 0, this would return false or 0. But this you could do flags like this for sure, except it doesn't have the benefit of flags, which is this size is 40 bytes. Well, it's more probably, but there's 40 bytes of integers in there. Whereas the other way, you're just using 8 bytes. Yeah, so you could do this. Now there might be some crazy C++ optimization where this actually makes it 10 bits. In which case it would be the same, I would say. Apart from this does need to store like the capacity and the size in it. So it's 10 bits plus the size of the actual structure itself. I don't know what the standard is for standard array. I think for standard vector, this would be 10 bits. Yeah. It should just return bool directly from the array. Yeah, so this would be a bool value directly from the array. Don't know how you'd do that. That's probably fine just to do that. Probably sets them all to false. So that would be false. And if you do like flags, flag OK equals true, then that would be true now. The thing is, like, if you wanted to, what this doesn't have is this flag, okay, cancel, or whatever. It might work. If this was bits, if this was bits, that might work. If it's bits. No, it probably would work even if it's not bits. It'd probably be fine. Yeah, this would make the index, wouldn't it? No, it probably wouldn't work actually, because this would index to 3, where you were worried about index 1 or 2 before, so I don't think it would work. It wouldn't check if either of those were set. If this was the standard C flags, it would check if either of those were set in here. So if that was an int like that. Yeah, it would check if either of these was set. Yeah. That's just how you type binary. That means binary 1, binary 2. Or like hex is that one, I think. So that's hex 1. So that's the number 1. That's the number 16. One and two in denary decimal. That's 1 and 2 in decimal, yeah. That's right, yeah. Boolean 6 flags and flags. Yeah, flags or flags it would be, yeah. Yeah, that's it. For the array instance version, yeah. One or the other or both. You'd use this operator if one or the other, but not both. You do that. You mean or? So if you want one or the other but not both, you'd use XOR. One or the other. Oops. Or both is that. What is XOR? It's one or the other but not both. Exclusive OR, yeah. So if this was 1 and this was 1 and this was XOR, the answer would be false. Yeah, OR and OR, yeah. Yeah, so there's XOR as well, which is not commonly used actually, but that is a comparator as well. It can't be both options, yeah. This path, the red pill or the blue pill, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I see, yeah. You don't see it used. There's not many applications, I don't think. Which one, Mr. Anderson? Yeah. Okay, so item is older than. We have an item ID. So this becomes more complicated now we've done this, because the item's stored in a tree somewhere. Yeah, it's a good idea to actually just compare it against something you're comfortable with. For sure. Yeah. Just to know how they work. I don't use them very much either, really. I think I got the operators the wrong way around before. C and D. I don't think it is that. I think it's that. Extracting bits sounds better on paper. I mean, it's a good use for, in the DirectX case, I think it's good. This simplifies the API a lot. I would have to put in like a massive bunch of enum values here. If I wanted, this is like, this would need to be variadic to start with. Because this is like, what do I want to use this resource for? And I would have to list all of them. So it need to be variadic. And obviously, see, DirectX doesn't do anything variadic at all. So this just allows you to combine them together. I can combine all of these together if I want. on a more like complicated use cases, you can actually make these mutually exclusive. So if you set this, you can't set that because it wipes over the bit. I think do stuff like that. I think you can do that. Yeah. Maybe you can't do that. I'm not sure. You could work out a way to do that though. Okay, so if we want to get the actual age of an item, the age of an item, currently item ages are stored here. Type change time. For this item ID. What would it mean? It would mean getting all the Evo trees out and checking for the item ID. We could do that. For auto tree in get world item controller. Get items. So this we don't know the region of it either. So it'd have to actually be get item store. For auto tree in store. What's this return? World item storage. Get world item controller. Get items. World Evo tree store region. Once you found a flag library, yeah. Okay. So this goes here now. And this is tree creation time. Is it creation time? Yeah. Creation time. Has no member creation time. Item creation time. So it's a bit more complicated. We have to look through basically all of the world items of type Evo that have world item Evo tree in them. Whatever though, it's fine. Item type is older than. type change time. That's item type change time. So these are the conditions that the actual Evo trees use. That's why we need them here. Okay, that's good. It's not quite right though. We're doing it a bit wrong. It's if tree item ID is not equal to item ID. We don't want to check it with it, compare it with the item we're actually meant to be testing. We must be nearly compiled by now. Just the game save stuff. So we actually now need to save out the new world item controller. All right. This is called save ground items. Ground items aren't a thing anymore. Yeah. I'm just going to take this out. Ground item. For now. And we won't, we'll have to put these back in tomorrow. So take them out. Both of these. You can accomplish anything. Nice one. You can play World of Warcraft for free now until Microsoft come and shut it all down. Okay. Get this to a point where it's building. Because that's my alarm to think about stopping the stream, go and pick up my kid from school. Get to a point where it's building, then I'll have to head. And then I won't test it. Tomorrow we'll come in and test it with a fresh head. We need to actually do one more thing. We need to save this new world item controller to a save file. Because this is going to have everything in it. To do with planting in the game. So it's going to be important to be able to save this to the, or you'll lose all of your plants. Oh look, it's got that thing. This is new. I've been wanting this for ages. It knows header files that aren't needed. Look at that. Well, it knows one at a time. Including more than one. No, not quite. Not quite. So there's a great feature that the Sea Lion has, where it's like, if you don't need a header file in there, it will tell you. Visual Studio doesn't have that, and it's apparently come in. and standard reflection, or standard meta, or whatever it's called. C++ reflection is coming. That's going to be awesome. That's going to save me a bunch of time. And standard optional of a reference already is coming, which is also awesome. There we go, it's building. Right, I'm not going to test it. I'm going to have to head off. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we could raid someone. I've never done that before. You fancy doing that? This guy. How do you do this? Raid. Channel. Does that work? Oh, he's gone. Did that work? No idea. Anyway, I'm going to have to head off. I'll see you guys later.